What's up, guys? You guys ready? Today we meet the famous Sherlock Holmes. How exciting. Cool thumbnail. Thank you, Neku. Who's all here so far? Guy, JPFR, Absane, Gamer, Neku. What's up, guys? How's the audio and everything? Can you guys hear? I guess, is there even music playing?
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath.
I'm assuming there's audio. I hadn't even
In
put my
time,
headphones in
there
yet.
came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound.
Spoken dialogue.
Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It
I like the sound of
was
this guy's
the
voice,
most
very
terrible
dramatic.
speckled band I had ever seen.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery.
Is that like
In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor.
the most famous,
Certainly
like,
with the ink of
murder
this
mystery
upset.
situation?
A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script.
Hard to hear the
Evidently
dialogue over the
not
music.
penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
What the fuck?
This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait.
That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. An cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Holmes. I presume...
That name is still so funny. Pretty dramatic entrance for him, I like that. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. I can't move. Why am I in handcuffs? Uh-oh. So you wake up now, huh? We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you cannot wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You found me then. Ah, we found you. Now we make you pay, criminal. How long are you hiding in that wardrobe? Sorry. Now you've been found, it's time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is. I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Is every case in this game just Ryu being accused of murder? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? You pretend you do not know? You are a wolf in the sheep's pelt. You're the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? Kazuma was... His body was discovered not long ago. Here, in this very cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. He's just constantly defending himself, yeah. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. And these handcuffs. Surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma's life? Answer me, please. I felt like from the beginning it was going to be super predictable that Kazuma was going to be dead, but what I did not predict was that Ryu would also get blamed for his death as well. It was just 2 short weeks ago. You sure about this? We won't get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else would you come to England with me? It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way the Russian crew just tossed your traveling case under the floor, I thought I was gonna die. I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd fit. You must be less of a man than you look. About 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. Oh my god. Imagine not being able to just travel to any place in the world within a day. God, the past sucked. If you confine yourself to my cabin, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. Imagine having to stay in a single room for 50 days. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point? Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. But if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that she looks the other way, I suppose. Anyway, it's about the time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you better get in there. I think it won't be for long. Anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. But what if this steward decides to open up the wardrobe? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I'll tell you what, why don't you write keep out or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. We leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No. You said before you admit to the crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Please tell me what happened. I need to know. There's something I would like to ask of you, too. It looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse. I suppose all I can try to do is find out what happened. He really's been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. The handcuffs, they think I did it. When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. Or to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside the cabin. Or do you have another explanation? How did he die then? What happened? Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? The cause of death is still undetermined. The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course, he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted. But presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury. That's true, yes. He was poisoned. Can't anyone tell me what actually happened? I don't understand. Why wouldn't anyone want to kill Cosmo? Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning, he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. He was already dead when she arrived at the door. I knocked and there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open when we managed to get inside. There was Cosmo collapsed on the floor. And the white tape there shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. I've told you everything I know, so it's my turn to ask you a question. My head feels so heavy. Why are you even on this ship? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Cosmo's cabin so long without him noticing? That would have been impossible, obviously. Of course. Cosmo invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Cosmo, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? Is there friends? Wants to hang out? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I, that you ought to become a lawyer yourself? Yeah, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it, I can assure you. I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. That's something you can decide for yourself. London's at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then And what? Nothing. Forget it. Kazuma he was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought he could do that with you. Maybe. But something's still bothering me. The look in his eyes. It was darker than I had seen. Oh, a mystery. I'm sorry we kept it a secret from you, my being a stowaway. If I know Kazuma, I expect he was trying to protect me to avoid becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right, yes. Word perfect, in fact. If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in the cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. Then I got myself into the wardrobe, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep. Well, yeah. So deeply you didn't even stir when Kazuma was killed? Yeah. I know it sounds unbelievable, really I do, but it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be here. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing. Something wrong? No, forget it. You have to believe me, I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you, but the trouble is, there's no one else that could have done it. Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I'm sorry, but Kazuma was killed right under my nose, and I didn't do anything to stop it. Now I'm supposed to just sit around while whoever did this walks free? I can't allow that. What do you propose? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life and how and why they did it. I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. That was a Susato takedown. A what? I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry. Your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to? Have you forgotten already what you just achieved a few days ago? You successfully defended yourself in the court of law. She is expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. Well, let him walk around the room first. I have to get her to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. You can see the remnants of the glue used to stick over the wardrobe. Although it wasn't proper glue, of course, we didn't have any of that with us. So I pulverized some rice into a paste to use instead. But to a stowaway like me, every single grain of rice represents precious rations. That's why I spread it as thinly as I could. I couldn't bear to waste any. Isn't that enough? Oh, I just presented that then, right? Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh yeah, I remember clearly. I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep, just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look. So naturally, he did the same last night. Of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled the sign from the doors before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the door. Quite true. In other words, it's impossible I killed him. Even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma thought so highly of you. Thanks. Do you think perhaps you could help me out? In light of the evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating. Thanks. You believe me? I'm sorry, no. Huh? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign in position. What does she think I am, a magician? For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible. I'll do the same. Alright? Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence. Right. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here and examine everything I can. Alright, JPFR. Have a good night, man. That's Kazuma's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. He was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on the ship. I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. And now he's gone, but I'm not ready to let his spirit go. That won't do. What's the matter? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. That's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you? Ah, tutorials. I'm sure you're careful to look around at all things using B and M, aren't you? I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. My dinner from last night. It was delicious, but did you eat it on the floor? I'm not a dog. I ate on the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. But Kazuma didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right, so he didn't touch it. And all the more for me. Does that mean poor Kazuma spent his last night on Earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible. Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Nothing on the table. The plate and cutlery are all over the floor. Yeah, strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still. Wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner. Then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma. The Japanese word for justice. The brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. His calligraphy was fantastic. Can you really look at those characters without feeling shame knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course. I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I? Even though you stowed away on the ship? Now you're gonna bring that up? These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers. They must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in the cabins. Pets are forbidden. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? Well, Kazuma also brought his sword on, though about the same. I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure, either way, I wasn't supposed to be on here. The books have fallen over. I feel like everything would always be falling over on a boat. What's this? The statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well. It's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything's mown down at once. I wonder if perhaps it was Cosmos doing this, his morning sword training. I doubt it. Then perhaps it was you in a fit of rage. I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to fix up a few books and a statue. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case? I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. You can't just tamper with the crime scene like that. What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two. The glass is a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Netsuku fastener from a kimono outfit. Not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him. Mark beside it. What is it, I wonder? It's sort of like a brick-like hue. You're right. Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. A very large traveling case. It carries a lot of memories for me. What do you mean? That's actually how I stowed away on the vessel. I was brought on board inside that. I see it says "this way up" in Japanese, which in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewman wouldn't have been able to read. I was turned over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here. Being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. It was less painful than a Susato takedown. Did Cosmo write that before he died? Looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed. Then I suppose he wrote this by dipping his finger in the spillage. It's Danganronpa Trial 1 all over again. Poor Kazuma, no doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of clue in his final moments. I'm sorry, but I can't read your writing. I don't think it's Japanese. Then what language is it? It pains me to admit, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean? Russian, isn't it? Won't this guy know? This is where dear Cosmo would have sat whatever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Cosmo, he didn't even make it to his destination. Looks as though the last entry is incomplete, which means what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened. Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue. That's out of the question. Cosmo may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. What if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? Alright, I won't read it. Poor Kazuma. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either, but in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Does he keep getting flipped over? Because she keeps flipping him. She's mad. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it's connected to the next door cabin. Yeah, it appeared to, you're right. But if its purpose is allow fresh air into the room, then surely it should be connected to outside. That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough or something like that. Suppose maybe. Who's that? As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European. How did he? You've noticed the man too, have you? I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious and tall, suspiciously tall. Who are you? Don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? No, I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something unusual about him. And he's investigating Cosmo's desk. Or is he playing on it? I can't tell. We simply must talk with him. Am I just imagining it, or does Susato look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect you've noticed this already, but just in case... If you press space on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them. I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Please do. He's into him. What's up, Astros? Excuse me. Excuse me, do you have a moment? This is a critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems unfriendly. Perhaps that would be for the best. Greetings, I hope I haven't kept you long. What exactly were you doing on Cosmo's desk? I like that he takes up the full screen because he's supposed to be so tall. I see, fascinating. Sorry. What do you see? It feels like he's looking right through me. Everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have been crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry? What? Is his whole thing that he's actually, like, really bad at investigating? And now, whilst venturing towards foreign crimes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Well, that's true, at least. But how? How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? Of course, a great many things. He's got a banger of a theme song, that's for sure. There is no mystery, my dear madame. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are, a merciless revolutionary. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And, when the beribboned occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life, too. I believe that surmises the facts beautifully. I don't need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you're talking about me, are you? Certainly. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? Well, the sailor behind you. I don't see one person who fits the bill. So it's true. It was you who did this to Kaza. What? You've known me for a while now. Does Ryu look or sound Russian to you? You're plotting a revolution. It's shameful behavior, absolutely wicked. Listen, there's no way... Why? Explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. Well, first of all, I'm not Russian. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. As for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came to your head. But was I not right? Well, as venturing towards foreign crimes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? Well, yeah, maybe. There you have it. What do you make of that, hmm? Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So I'm not really sure you could call it a deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed. And observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with a brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right. I don't think you introduced yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inadmittable Herlock Sholmes. So it's really you, the actual Herlock Sholmes. The very same. The actual Herlock Sholmes. Do you know this man? The most famous detective in the world? Of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on, then? We must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Why do I feel uneasy about this? So, you're a great detective, are you? What was your name again? Indeed. I am none other than the one and only Herlock Sholmes. I see, you're German? Herlock, was it? No. I have no her. I mean, I have hair. Please call me Sholmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Oh, yes. Brandis Magazine. Full of wonderful short stories and interesting articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Here it is, The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. So you're the protagonist of a series of short stories, then? Indeed. And you've read so many of your own stories, you've started to think you really are a detective. Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy. By this very moment, I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science, logical reasoning in its purest form. Where's my biographer? I don't know. Not at the stream, apparently. A science, really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in his subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin, all these things are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can you look me in the eyes and claim that? So you see, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction and fame. And that's what makes me the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Thank you. Have you managed to deduce anything about this case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? I wish this was voiced. Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I see, in other words, I'm in these cuffs now because of him. When I became anxious about Cosmo this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the door open. I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Luckily for everyone, the great detective, Sherlock Holmes, was on board, and the handcuffs seemed to be an excellent fit. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh really? Two, you say? Mr. Holmes, tell us, what two facts were apparent when you came into the cabin? Yes, but first let's be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand, but what were they? The two facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number one, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number two, he's still holding up the number one. The victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Holmes. What made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. Sherlock Holmes, truly a man who does not see race. Paparazzi, however you speak Russian. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Do you think Cosmo could have left a dying message in Russian? In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. Cosmo was Russian, was he? Initially, I considered Garden Rob may be the name of the killer. A certain Robert Gard, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to at least look inside the wardrobe, where you found Ryu sleeping soundly. Quite so. I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is that I'm Russian, too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim in the message, that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. Oh, rip Cosmo. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Cosmo had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him. Are you alright, Ryu? Yeah, thanks. Can I ask you something? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well. You know, when I said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that? Yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me? Oh, I don't know what that word is. Certainly if it interests you. How many times I'm not Russian and I don't speak Russian? How are these two communicating? Didn't Ryu establish that he couldn't really speak English? I mean, I would imagine Sherlock Holmes can only speak Russian or English. Right? Can we talk about your deduction? The things you concluded about me, I mean. Ah, the now famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in? Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and the assassin of 16 part? Yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads, Revolutionary Vilan Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Cosima a Russian? It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what Cosima wrote on the floor. There's a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was revealed. You, Vilan Bolshevik. No, how could it be me? I don't look anything like this man, just look at his face. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Please. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? That's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up of the Crystal Tower? The journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far and those he's plotting. Everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There could be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters? What about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik has recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyway? This Afghanistan place. Take the paper for yourself. A little memento of this great deduction. Thanks. I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within its pages. But I see no rubbish bin nearby. Welcome back, JPFR. And you may find the article on the back of the page of interest as well. Cast your eye over it sometime if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian, I couldn't hope to read it. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt to just glance at the article. Maybe there's a picture or two. This picture seems important, because it's the only thing not blurred. This is interesting. Have you found something relevant? Well, no. I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. Nor can I, but look at the picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know, I can't make any sense of it. I'm glad you've noticed the article. Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Thank you. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She's, of course, the talented young Nikolina Kovalya. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It would appear the woman was in costume and she was found to be missing from her dressing room. Wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. I don't know how much money that is. How much is 20,000 rubles? Hey, I asked the same question. I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Susano's eyes are shining like diamonds. The tiara is the property of the Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Not surprised. How much is 20,000 rubles? $275. So not a lot. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavalia and the valuable tiara. I guess $250 was worth a lot more back then, though, right? At the turn of the 20th century? I mean, still, that's under $500. Right? If you deal with the value. They've requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response. I'm afraid I can't read a word of Russian. Me either. The pair of you floundering is a sorry sight. Allow me to offer some assistance. The article on the front page of the newspaper is concerned with a fearsome Russian revolutionary. I assume this guy and the ballerina must be related in some capacity, right? It reads, Revolutionary, Villain Bolshevik flees Russia. Okay, we know that much already. Yes, you told us that. It reveals also that those who see the man's beard with their own eyes never live to tell the tale. My goodness, he is fearsome. Presumably the newspaper photographer was alright, wasn't he? The solution is obvious, of course. If he despises his beard to that degree, he need only shave it off. I'm not quite sure that's the problem. Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Ah, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything? Observe for a moment the desk of the victim. We see the victim was engaged in penning some text. London Diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. But I don't think you should read his private writings. It would upset people. Tragic. It's something you ought to perhaps allocate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It's my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. I see. So you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry. What on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely this diary belonging to the victim. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of this writing? Pray be precise to the details. I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado, nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. Hi. Hey, Matt. What's up, buddy? How you doing, man? This diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. Aha. So what was all that showing off about before, then? If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you. I'm much obliged, my dear madame. The final entry here in Kazuma's diary consists of just two short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Go on. The second sentence reads, looks to be some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Speckled band? What does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard the expression before. Speedwagon? Maybe. The ventilator, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes. So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being. Do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writing in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation. If I am still too long, the seasickness takes hold. I suppose. You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door. Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exhalation. So yes, I intend to investigate, hence the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps we could go with you? No, that would be complicated. Why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh. After all, you're the prime suspect, no? There's no point trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. What do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know, not really. Were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Anyway, that was then and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you're the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Now he's just being plain rude. I didn't get that exchange, but whatever. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Ryu, what are you just standing there for? We must go and investigate the cabin next door. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? Why does she just keep throwing me? Stop! After Kazuma spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept fate? But yes, it is Speedwagon. Another flip. Poor Ryu can't catch a break, man. Hang on one second. Another chair, never forget. Jam's chair is a part of the game. It actually kind of is, if you look closely. There's the chair right there. I can get my chair to line up with it. Boom. 19th century gamer chair. You love to see it. Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea. Is she fully on board with me not being the culprit now? The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still some things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this, and bring the real culprit to justice. Is the chair Russian? Oh, absolutely not. Thanks to that so-called detective, I'm even more stuck inside the cabin than I was before. For the time being, I suppose I'll just have to focus my efforts here. Right. What else was there to examine in here? Oh, I guess the wardrobe itself, right? It's some 2 weeks since we set sail for Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time? I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh, no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting, making this voyage in your own secret hideout. The trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I basically did have to live in the wardrobe, and last night was no exception. But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. No, sadly not. It's a bell cord. What do you mean, contraption? I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon the servants. That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? Yes. In the interest of cultural research, obviously. I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people. I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. I think we've investigated everything there is to investigate in here. I guess I haven't talked to the guy or checked this door out. When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt and not particularly sturdy, and it just slides across to secure the door shut. Still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. He glares at me like that. I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel, the culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from the outside the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of steel. They seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. When she glares at me like that, I feel bad. Look over there. The crewman, you mean? He wasn't there before, was he? That's what I thought. Why don't we try talking to him? Probably because I'm likely to get yelled at again, but I suppose I could try. Chad Sailorman in the back, yeah. Is something wrong? It's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help but feeling like I've seen him somewhere. Yeah, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. Yes? What can I do for you? I recognize that face, but it can't be. It is. I didn't know you were here, Inspector. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew on board this ship. Again? You certainly seem to enjoy your undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. Never expected to see him on board, but perhaps his presence can help me out of this situation. Why is he always bleeding? I hope we find the answer to that. Elon Musk decides to settle down as a sailor, yeah. Discover new parts of the world. What are your special orders this time? Yeah, and why are you dressed like a member of the crew? I'm so sorry. Hmm? This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to ask as Asogi-san's bodyguard. It was the Minister of Justice who pushed for this overseas study to go ahead. And he entrusted me with assuring that Asogi reached Great Britain without being assassinated. How could that even have been a possibility? I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. The minister said we should be prepared for all eventualities. Incredible. I don't believe it. Cosmo was assassinated? Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board, from morning until night every day. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin. Not here on the first-class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and he is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. So if there's anything at all that I can do to help now, just say the word. Oh, damn it. Is there a way, like, if you accidentally hit a text box again? Is there a way to, like, fast forward text in this game or no? Okay. Didn't you enable skip text? That just means when I press enter it completes the text box, so I can go a little bit faster, but not a lot. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death. I thought you might. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not. We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the door, that stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible? Give me something to work with. Do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next-door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to pursue the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how. There may be a way. Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, by presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. It's the same as when you were in court. You must have done it many times during the trial. Simply select the present panel and choose some evidence. Evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin. I shall present to you my university collar pin. Inspector, can I show you this? Is that the Yumi University pin badge? I'm not sure if it's fabled, but... So you're a genuine student then. Nothing like me with my regular schooling. You're something much greater. Is that what you're trying to say? Can I have my badge back? This is the paper seal that was stuck over the wardrobe doors, isn't it? That's right. To try and stop the cabin steward opening it up and discovering me. Would it have been better to have read it in Russian? Maybe, but paper amulets like this are a part of our culture. And I thought if I made it look creepy enough, people would be too scared to want to look inside. It isn't easy being a stowaway, is it? I thought that was gonna be the evidence I needed. This is Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, he wrote something rather strange. Strange? In what way? He wrote what looks to be some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator. Speckled band? That is strange. We're still trying to work out what he meant by that, but what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. The ventilator clearly joins the next door cabin. That's right, so if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. You're willing to do that? As long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area, I'm afraid I can't remove the handcuffs. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment. Just select move and we can leave the cabin. Oh, thanks, Inspector. Finally out of the cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought, and this is the most luxurious accommodation. Indeed. Kazuma was being sent on a study tour by the government. That's why he was being put in the first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation. That must be awful. Look over there. That's another crewman keeping watch. And he looks enormous, even if he is sitting down. The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure no one comes in here that shouldn't. I suppose. Are people in handcuffs? Ryu, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks. Well, yeah, I know, but the thing is, I was inside his trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that wardrobe. Must have been a very trying time for you. Don't give me a pitying look. Huge book on the table there. There's a pen next to it. Looks like the ship's log. Shall we have a look? The writing is so neat. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. And nothing. No reaction at all. I thought he might appreciate the compliment. I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Why? there was a murder. Could I ask you something? You, little stowaway murderer? That wasn't a good start, was it? Let me try. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm sorry to trouble you, but could I ask you something? You? Little third-class lady's maid? Oh. We seem to have caught this sailor on a bad day. I'm not a sailor. My mother gave me a name. I am senior crewman. Biff Stroganoff. The best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. About the first-class cabin area. We're in the finest part of the steamship for very important persons. What sort of important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret, many important persons. That is why I'm always guarding. That's amazing. But somehow, I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean. But Stroganov is not animal. Thank you. If I may, I was wondering. Is the cabin next to Asogi's currently occupied? Yeah. Did you understand that? It sounded like da. I think it's probably Russian for yes. Or no. Genius. This guy is built different. Built like a tank. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounds like there's somebody in the next door cabin. It's tantalizing. Who is that person? Can you tell us who's traveling in the cabin? His name is Grimsby Roylott. He's a very important Western gentleman. Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with the murder of student boy. How can you be sure? He is an authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in a lowly student from insignificant Far East islands. That was harsh. Did you tell us when he came aboard? That's not your business. But to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Cosmo's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there. Presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important, right? That is not your business. Oh, well. Are you watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganov? All the time, so criminals like you cannot come in or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night? This guy's having a rough day for his career. I mean, he let a stowaway in, he let a murderer in, someone died in his floor, like, he's not very good at his job. Why keep asking him questions? Were you on watch last night? Of course. Did you notice anything? Anything unusual? Hit. Do you understand that? It was clearly a no. I saw nothing unusual, nothing at all. You didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything was wrong? I said no. Sorry. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. This is enough. I cannot say more. It's time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Bulkhead to second-class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain. Or as the English say, when the pigs fly. I understand. Do I? Now we can investigate the area properly, shall we? Definitely. And he wasn't really stopping my investigation before. Okay, that stayed the same. That's the second-class area of the ship. Is something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it, just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, that burly seaman would surely shoot you dead. Oh dear, sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far. I started it with my talk of running away. There's no way I could run away while Cosmo's death remains a mystery anyway. This looks like a plan of the ship. It shows each deck. It's a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, but how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's quite simple. It is. Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan. Yes, they're not metal, but they're enormous lumps of earth, many times larger than the ship. They don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. I suppose. That's not true, is it? They don't just float. They go all the way down to the bottom of the ocean, right? Weird. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? That's an emergency alarm. Probably best not to touch it. Oh. It says press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship. It brings the vessel to a stop. What are you doing? You mustn't touch it. But this is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. I like her sassy pose. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop, the ship included. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. Yeah, it feels like you'd get in big trouble for just making the ship stop. It seems weird that they would even give passengers access to that. It's a trap for catching mice. We have plenty of these back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. I believe that's what's called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. I wonder what it tastes like. You can't eat it. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Really? But I suppose you're right. You weren't actually going to try it, were you? All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Cosmo's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Or you. I'll find a little snack later. Aw, thanks. This is the cabin next to ours. The ventilator connects the rooms. Yes, the ventilator from which Cosmo wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's in the cabin can help us solve that mystery. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one to help with our inquiry. How annoying. Ah! Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Stand aside. I'm about to break the door down. It's the boy. I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in the kicking doors off of their hinges. Please wait. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. Who are you? A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. This old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out, now. Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Grimsby Roylant, I believe. Yes, that's me, and you are. He looks like the Russian dude that was in the newspaper article, not whoever they just said he was. Hang on one second, I'm gonna go plug my phone in on the charger. Or it dies. A miserable death. I am the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt. No. I am the greatest detective among great detectives. I am one who adorns the covers of popular magazines. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. The man uses that magazine like a business card. A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. There wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. Maybe she's in this suitcase? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk? Don't look at me. Did you see that? The case just shook. Leave. Otherwise, I'll call the steward. So this is Kazuma's neighbor. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. I wish to examine the suitcase. What do you think you're doing? This is my cabin. Get out. Can we just have a quick look inside your traveling case? No. What a pity. I think we're out of luck. I think you're right. There doesn't appear to be anything more we can do. There may be someone else who can help. Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Royland. Do you have a moment? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? What are you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting, indeed. I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of that wardrobe, whilst waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of deduction into service. Oh. And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? No, actually, you're spot on for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why, the truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusive for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russians will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh, yes, please. Well then, what you're about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Here we go. Could this be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on the account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you. That's right, and Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on the first meeting, but I once read, it's a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. I must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you peering in my face like that? Just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind just now. There can be no explanation that accommodates all the facts. I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Huh? Number two, the other conclusion I have drawn. You are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervousness tension, as you realize you've been discovered. Does it not? I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Holmes' great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction? Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What? Oh yes. I've read all about it countless times in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true. She is fangirling hard. I can hardly believe it, but all the color has drained from his face. It looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How? How could you... How could I possibly know such things? You wish to say? Very well. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let's work through my deductions together. What? Is this a game, or is this just a cutscene? The dubious-looking Russian, obviously what catches the eye in the first place. I like the snap. Is the enormous pair of shears you have in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is your face. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away that copious beard you sport. Now moving on. The question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular the fascinating front page article. Which it would appear you have also read. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary Vilin Bolshevik flees Russia. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decide to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You're the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. I feel as if it's not that simple. Now, as far as my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. The proof over there. Oh yes. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before your very eyes, the traveling king. It's time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation. A young lady, perhaps. One slight enough to fit therein. Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady? Dear me. We're not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oeil betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can be equally found in the pages of this newspaper. For there is another, most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page, renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. According to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavolya. Thus concludes Herlock Sholm's great deduction of this Russian enigma. So that must be like half right, based on this guy's MO so far. That wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholm's brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, could you come over here for a moment? What can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we've had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. I recall our discussion earlier, and at the time I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary. Well, able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness, Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Royland does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing... Hey, what? Another thing... That part about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. We would be lucky to fit a 5-year-old into the case, even if you pushed hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady's 15. I didn't know, how could I?
Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case.
Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. The trope of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain liveliness in their bodies. Vinegar? For a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to comport oneself into the confines of that small case. Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus. This whole thing is turning into a circus. Something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholm's deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are magical. His eyes cut to the heart of the matter. It's just where he directs his attention and logic that seems a little off. Your idea of a little may be a little off itself. I was wondering if we might perhaps tactically switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some key words in his deductions. Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we do that, we'd unlock the true genius of his great deduction. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man does a lot of work. At times I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. And you, my good fellow, sorry, take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Where are your handcuffs? How did... I felt they might hinder your ability to follow me. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we're finished. I'm not worried, in fact, I'd rather stay like this. Let's begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. The dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylett, obviously what catches the eye in the first place, is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away that copious beard. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut a beard? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though. Doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylett, either. Which means, I suppose, the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a key word here. See if that helps matters. How? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at him. I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better, then what? I'll leave the rest in your hands. Why am I the one to do something about this? Let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in that last sentence. Exactly what was he really going to use those for? So this is the ballerina then, huh?
Yes!
You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed. You have identified the precise detail of which I was intending to expose. What's that hair? This is a wig, that's the real hair. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all, you're a woman, and judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one still very much in her youth. If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of those magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea the old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry. You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room, deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun. This is strictly business. Yes, I understand. Say no more. Anyway, let's focus on the next part, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all. That's true, given that Roylott is actually a woman. Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Let's switch the evidence for something else, something that fits the facts as we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to try and hide her identity. I feel as though I've read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that. I'll do my best.
Yes!
The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina. It would appear we're finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich ballerina. Oh, that's fun. There were some massive changes there. You're right. My real name is Nina. I'm gonna call you Nina. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. Oh, the next one. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof? Over there. Oh yes. Taken unawares, people have the propensity to let their eyes stray. I assure you, the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly. The answer we seek lies where your glance falls. I think this is still right, though. This woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes, so clearly she can't be inside the case. I mean, the case is still an object of concern, though. It seems she wasn't abducted, in which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. You seem to look pleased, Ryu. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? I think he likes the idea of another chance to prove Mr. Sholmes wrong. Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what she's up to.
Yes!
Proof of your crime is surely this tiara. Ah! I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no. You left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. I like how dramatic everyone is when they take damage, or you give the right answer in this game. Oh! I have no one, no family, no friends. I'm all alone, and I need money. but I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia? It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Is this Black Widow's origin story? Alright, I'll tell you everything. There's no point in hiding it now. Come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? But she said she was going to give the answer. You have staunchly refused to open this case of yours in our presence. It's reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish for it to remain closed. I mean, it might have her unmentionables in it. Let's not... It's her travel bag. Let's not open it anymore. Now that I know she's 15, I'm very uncomfortable about digging through her personal belongings. Let's stop. Is that not so? My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I laid eyes on them. Dear me. You're not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Once again, we need only follow your eyes to find the answer. The reason why you refuse to open your case is written on the books on the shelf. He's completely changed tack with his deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstance. Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into this? It's a wild guess. You think so? It doesn't seem likely that the reason why the young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. That's true, but still. She certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. And there has to be another reason why she won't open the case. And it must be somewhere in the same area, if that's where her gaze was drawn. That's the only answer.
Yes!
The reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in the cabin. Pets are also forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. Must be like her cat or something. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item will move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility inside your traveling case. Is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules a pet? Their little finishing dance move together is great. Nailed it. So clearly, you aren't who you said you were. No, I am not. My real name is, Nina. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later, that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Which couldn't have been easy. It's a huge steamship with a vast crew. Did she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. If it was just you about to cut off your own hair... Who was it that let out the scream we heard? That veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away, I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided, how do you say? Disgust myself, so no one would recognize me? As a result, you transformed yourself into the questionable old man, I see. I put on a fur hat and fake beard, then just before you came in here I saw the newspaper. Right on the page there was a picture of me. I was so frightened I couldn't stop screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in hand and... At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked door. Things like that happen sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's just one thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your case? You were right, it's my dear friend inside, my only friend in the world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew, your secret's safe with us, I assure you, but in return, you must tell us in as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night. Alright, I'll tell you. Well? Wasn't it something about Sholmes, wasn't it something, his great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least she's agreed to tell us what she knows. Indeed, it is incredible! And one more thing. Oh? Observe your wrists. Rude. Hey, what's up, man? Mario? Your game didn't boot and you fixed it after 3 days. It sucks your game didn't boot. Did you, pre-order it? I've always found if you pre-order games on Steam, they never fucking work. But I'm liking the game a lot so far. It's fun. The characters are fun. All the little mini-games are fun. The characters are entertaining. I really love Sherlock. Or Herlock, I mean. But how? True to my word, I've restored your shackles. When and why? There is still a shadow of guilt cast over you. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped. Can't it? Anyway, let's listen to what she has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that he wrote about in his diary really was. What happened? Do you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died was a friend of mine. Oh. That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise? Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest? Perhaps its steam engine exploded? Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that happened. Miss, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything else that was happening around me. That's unfortunate. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The ballet? Yes. I'm traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet and start a new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? And the crew of the ship, they've all been kind to me. They let me come on board. They said I could hide in the cabin. If that's indeed the truth, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. It sure does. What do you think about it? Me? Oh, well, of course. I think we should hear her explanation. What conundrum, I'm not sure. Miss, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. That being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, it stopped by no port last night. Of course. So how is it that you come to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of the cabin came aboard. You're right. He didn't seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry. It's how the Russian newspaper described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens because I am an angel. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Solmes once said, I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. Seems she's the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement to the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah, Mr. Showy.
Anyway, it doesn't look like she's going to tell us what really happened. It's fine, we'll just let everyone know about your cat. So the friend you mentioned inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules. Please, don't tell. Don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious, then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard. Hey, what's up, guy? So reassuring. What sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? Maybe an adorable little rabbit? You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Don't they have small rabbits there, then? You may well ask. I have no idea. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of a young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken! Anyway, consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you'd eat your friends? I'll remember that. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I would like to show her. Maybe she might be able to shed light. I would like for you to see my student badge. Can I show you this? I'm actually a university student from Japan. That means nothing to me. Miss Sato, can I show you this? Maybe later. Ooh, I can show the inspector too. You're frightening the poor girl. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have showed her that. What am I supposed to show her? Maybe tell us about this guy? About the article. Do you know about this merciless revolutionary? No. But when I saw the picture, I couldn't believe it. He looks just like me in my disguise. Am I the only one around here with eyes? The other man, the one wearing brown, he also said so. He said we look the same. Yes, he says a lot of things. But I have a strong feeling that besides you and the great detective, you won't find another soul on the ocean who thinks there's any similarity. I won't allow you to speak ill of Mr. Sholmes. No, I wouldn't dream of it. You look so beautiful, like a fairy. I'm scared. If my picture's in the newspapers... You poor girl. She's so young. For her to have run away all by herself, she must have felt very alone. Alright, this is the last thing I have to show her. I haven't been doing very good at guessing what I'm supposed to show her here. This is the diary of my friend. His diary? Yes, and he wrote something in it last night before he died. You can hear a faint whistling sound. A few minutes later, what looks to be a speckled band is dangling from the ventilator. I don't understand. Strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected. Oh. Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something? Or the whistling sound? He's gonna say no. Wow. I don't know anything. Oh. Well, you've been most helpful. Excuse me, yes, what? She's fast. The captain would like to speak with you. You must leave. No, it's fine, don't mind us. Please don't worry yourself. Get out. The passenger said out, or do you want me to throw you out? We didn't get to investigate that bag. We were quite literally thrown out. Be continued. Uh-oh. Well, we should at least make it to the trial, I assume. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we managed to find some clue to what the speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all, and I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. Any big brain predictions? Not really yet. I don't think we've met the murderer yet. This one's not as obvious as the previous one was, but I guess the previous one started in the trial, so it did have to be a little bit more obvious. I don't think we've encountered the actual killer yet. The sailor is mad. Wait a minute. What is it? What happened to our great detective friend? Where'd he go? He completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. Looks like they're still investigating here. On that subject, I wonder if the inspector is unscathed. Surely you haven't forgotten, have you? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of the cabin? He was going to talk to the captain about it, and he said he'd lay his life on the line for you. I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say. He might have new information for us. Oh, he's there, he is. I was like, where the fuck is he? Oof. You're back. Inspector, what happened? Your face. Please don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe. When I told the captain I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard. But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing. It's like he wasn't joking when he'd say he'd lay his life on the line. Thanks for your efforts. We know a little bit about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. His name was something like Herlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German, though. That explains it. Can we compare notes? Let's do it. Nina, she's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know? Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case, at least. Oh? How? Because angels don't go around committing crimes. I've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, and ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. Ah, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information. What? What is that? It's this. The medical officer has finished his examination of the body. Cosimo's post-mortem report. So what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report. His neck was broken? It would seem so. There was no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system. What weapon was used? Nothing has been found, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. See. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It's a possibility, and no obvious wounds left. Or Cosimo. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. You sure? It's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't, I'd never have agreed to you leaving the cabin in the first place. She feels bad because she didn't trust him. Mr. Sholmes was here, wasn't he? Are you enjoying this game? I am, yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything? Actually, now that you mention it, yes, just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said. I wonder what that meant. What this thing is. When he was over there, it's by the broken piece of glass. Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, I think.
Yes, I do. Ah, yes. That must be it.
But how could Mr. Sholmes know it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it? Well, Cosmo's wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan. Like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on his shoes as they scuffed the floor? That's really all I can tell you. I should return to my post. That might be for the best. Poor Inspector, you look exhausted. Oh. Well. I feel terrible that I failed to protect Cosima. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have a heavy head ever since I woke up this morning. Heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. We can kind of just watch a playthrough of it, guys. There's not really much to do if you've, like, seen the story. Pretty much just an interactive novel. Looks like whatever this is was broken clean in two. The other half is nowhere to be seen. Which is shoe polish, according to the great detective that you seem to know all about. I suppose it must be from Cosmo's shoes. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's a great detective, of course. It's hardly a reason, is it? Do I have to re-inspect everything? They spelled the Russian word for wardrobe. It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly ambiguous, it should have just spelt out my name, don't you think? Either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Cosimo would have written his last word, or word, in Russian. Which begs the question of who did write it. Well, that's cool, guy. I hope it does well in Art Fight. This is where Cosimo spent his final moments writing in his diary. It's almost impossible to believe he's gone. Cosimo's left us valuable clues in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery. All the books provided for the passengers occupied in this cabin neatly arranged on the shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around. Yes, and you tidied them up. You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. What about all of the stuff in the lower right here? You gotta clean this area up? Where'd you go? Sorry. I went to the cabin next door. Who gave you permission? That new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into a ball and throw him in a cold room. I hope the inspector doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us. When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak. That could be a very long time from now. These are the rules. She called the pet her friend, right? Although we don't know what form the friend takes as of yet. I'm almost certain that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case. So this ventilator joins to the cabins. Yeah. Only she had been able to shed some light on what was there. What if she's telling us everything? I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. I need to return to the hallway? Yeah, sure. I can do that. Imagine if the pet was who killed Kazuma? At this point, I wouldn't put it past this game. Alright, let's, I guess, go back to the hallway. Look! The seaman is gone. The really Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. All these Russian names are impossible to remember. You hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-la. I know that voice. Well, never mind that now. It's Stroganoff, not Stringy Knot. There he is. I knew he'd be there. Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes. Wow, you never know when he's gonna turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he's not noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits? There were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than they could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky Herlock was about. Excuse me. I solved it all, and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! Ah! What is it? You want to fight? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, and I was just about to reach the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never gonna stop, so I figured now was as good a time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Could you put those fists away? You seemed to be examining something before we interrupted you. I was immersed in the study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here. Yes, the ship's log. And did you find out anything useful? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report, nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean? Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman oft stands sentry in the first-class passengerway. And he has almost a religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Nothing to report? Precisely, put simply. He writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... There were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused him to forget his regular habit of scribbling nothing to report in the log. There are more important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. So I did. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes, brilliant. Ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. So's everyone on board here, apparently. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong? You seem lost in thought. It's just... well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke up this morning, I've had something of a headache. Sort of continuous throbbing. You too. That always sucks. This could be our chance. The burly sailor doesn't appear to be around at the moment. We can investigate every last inch of the cabin. Not sure if we could go that far, but we could certainly do with some looking around. Sure we could learn something. Oh. I can't just edit. There's something on the door. I'm into travel in here. It's been opened. She's not back yet. Where's she gone? What are you doing? There's not a moment to waste. We must invest as quickly as we can. Not just for Kazuma. It can't be long now until we arrive at port. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case by ourselves if we have to. We will. She brought a lot of dresses for her disguise. First and foremost, though, we must investigate the case. It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. A friend she had to keep secret, because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there, and more to the point, where is it now? I thought this bag was suspicious, but I guess not. Are you there? I'm right here, yes, why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find her friend hiding in there, but no such luck. So this vent connects to Cosimo's next door. Yes. Although, what a fool shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Maybe. It's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That's a possibility. Anyway, last night, Cosimo wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this. There's one of these next to the bed in his cabin, too. It's a bell cord. I can't resist. She barely hesitated, and she gave it a good tug, too. Well, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate. Yes, the rules are displayed in this cabin, too. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in the cabin. Pets are also forbidden. I suppose she realizes she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. Probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Stroganov doesn't find it and throw it overboard. But why? These books must have some significance. I don't know what, but some. Do you think that's the god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. Cosimo's cabin. Ah, my neck. Perhaps she was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase. I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet? Alright, it must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight in here, too. What's that? Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter mile before. Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact. What? I think we're about to crash. Can't stand. Hold on to me. Are you alright? Are you injured? I'm fine, thank you. Looks like we avoided collision, I think. The ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness, what about you? Are you hurt? I'm fine. Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. That sounds like... The inspector. Is that you in there, Ryu? Unbolt the door. The door is bolted. Do that? No, I didn't touch it. That's strange. How did... Books. They're just like they were before. Ryu, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? Better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stopped. It solved one mystery at the very least. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. To be continued. Investigations are quite long. I assume everything is like a three-parter in this game. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Zato took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. What are you doing in her quarters? You both look unhurt. Good. Not for much longer with this dude here. We're fine, thank you. What happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. It appears to have been a false report, though. How'd that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything's in chaos. Passengers are screaming, crew running everywhere. This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship. Oh. Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean that someone pressed the button outside? You wicked intruder, dressed all in black. You're the devil. Where'd her hat go? Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first. You opened my traveling case. How could you? No, we didn't touch it. That's right. It was already open when we came in. Inspector. Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He is a criminal. Is it not enough that he killed a man? He's a stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? Take him away. He's a trespasser as well as everything else. Stowaway, trespass, killing. She's right, you are a devil. Doesn't look good, does it? There's a cell below deck. Let's throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong, then we give you straight to police. Cell. Please, Inspector, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. You've got yourself into a difficult situation here by entering this cabin uninvited. I was just so desperate to find a clue. I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face will be the least of my worries. You got at least 2 punches there. I'm sorry. I have to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate her cabin. Now this has happened, I'll have to report to the captain. I really need some help. I need a savior to rescue me from the crisis. What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes? Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it's my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh no. Well, why are you hanging from there? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wished to determine if I could bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce.
I never know whether to take this man seriously or not.
You again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector. I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What's to report? An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel has been solved by me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So allow me to illuminate all of your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. You've solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing Student Boy this morning, when we found criminal in the wardrobe. It's the stowaway, and he has handcuffs that prove it. I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut.
That means the culprit must be someone who is inside.
Which was called a locked room mystery in detective novels. Ah, locked room, that is point. The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. But when you hit the water or come to an abrupt stop, the bolts slide closed. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. Huh? Oh yes, there's another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. It gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man. The ventilator? You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? Not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Do you mean? Are you referring to the words Cosimo wrote in his diary? It might actually be your pet. It's shaping up that way, yes. Precisely, my dear madame. What does it mean? What's this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold! What the? Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The speckled band. snake? Indubitably.
Mr. Holmes, just one thing. What troubles you?
Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? Looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? You're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it a striped band, wouldn't you? You both see and observe with distinction, however. Do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it's time I explained the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Bavolia? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one. Last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, the same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. She turned as white as a bowl of rice. Holmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mistress? That doesn't make any sense. He was killed by blunt force trauma. Looks like he can't speak with the snake coiled around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Demon. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So, everyone, let's begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Will I be able to interrupt him in the first go-around, or is it going to make me, like, watch the whole thing twice? Moments ago, you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. When you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your inexorable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin at that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? As I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. Yet, the fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description. What explanation can we then give? What was the sight that fell upon the victim last night? Don't look at me. I have nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. And she keep trying to hide stuff shittily. That which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be a snake's sloughed skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin, no? I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered through the door. Using the bell cord on the side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young man who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. That would be the whistling noise, too, whenever the snake went... whatever the fuck.
In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it sheds its skin. A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. I actually think that's right. I don't know what I'm supposed to change in that one. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? Who wrote the word there? According to the data, which I have apprised, it would appear that there are no visible signs of injury. Can I just correct that one now? Oh. I mean, it's technically right. There's no external signs of injury. Well, it's not letting me present it anyway, is it? Yeah, I can't present now. We're not correcting him, we're just listening. But that's also not incorrect. There's no visible signs. That's true. So I'm assuming the snake kills him. And then she runs in and writes the German or the Russian word on there. But it looks like it's letting me present something now. No, never mind. Hold on. Now, if we take that as fact, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost, but not quite, imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. The vestiges of the snakebite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. There's no point feigning ignorance. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved. Your serpent assassin was restless inside. You don't. It's telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you would use to train your serpent. Train? Indeed, you put the serpent through the ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training? It's not true. Having slithered through the ventilator down the bell, the creature needed only sink its fangs in once, and its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence. That's the true nature of the speckled band that took this young man's poor life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. There seems to be some gaps in there. This is going to be a tragic accident, isn't it? Thus concludes the great deduction. She has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you'll observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible. You've solved the mystery. Amazing. Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable, as the Russians say. I could have done it with one left hand. Could I venture an opinion? But of course, what's on your mind? It's just about your deductions. Some things quite don't make sense. I welcome questions to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh good, first of all, a book of contradictions. Snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Ah. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk. So I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt she used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example, the logic holds. Well, there's something else. Snakes have no ears. So I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal a snake by whistling. But madame, what are the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sound of the flute? I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh. I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There's one other thing. You have more? Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord, though, like the ones in these cabins. Then it should try harder! Please don't be angry with me. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator with the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have a part in this. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Ryu. Oh, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify his latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling this was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Hey, Tamisha. No, this is the original Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes is the spin-off. Just what I was waiting for. Yeah, right. Cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? You've done it again. Your handcuffs are gone. Where'd they go? Fear not. I shall see they're restored after our work is done. I really wish you wouldn't. Now, everyone, let's begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Moments ago, you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me, yet you cannot deceive yourself. When you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. She does have a pained expression on her face, that's true. Looks as though Cosmo's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression? Let's take a moment and really look very closely. Well, it looks more like her heart is what's hurting, to be honest. Or her wrist is what's hurting, but I can't select that. She has such petite ears among that beautiful hair, like little pink shells. What's that? There's something attached to the ear. I believe that's what's called an earring. It's a piece of jewelry. Earring, is it? It's really tiny. Perhaps part of it's missing. Maybe it broke off. So now that all that's left is the clasp that attaches to the ear. Oh yeah, that's right. If that's the case, she doesn't appear to have noticed. Oh, you can move the camera. This one has an earring. Charming, isn't it? Women do seem to love adornments like this. In their hair, around their necks, on their fingers, and even hanging from their ears. Jewelry is beautiful. Oh look, that looks like a very painful wound. Looks like a scratch. Fairly recently made, too. But whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here. Can I not submit that? Oh wait, I have to present it. There we go. It seems more if the scratch is on the back of her hand, she'd be looking at her hand like this instead of this, but whatever. Indeed, a simply observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? Ah. When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. But when I'm sad, the pain from the wound is worse. And it's that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel with, was it not? Your friend is the writhing serpent. No. It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of her hand was made by this friend, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No. They don't even have hands or feet, in which claws might grow. If that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend? We should follow her gaze. That's where we'll find the answer. Oh, I was right. The kitty. Look at the photograph in this frame. Must be something she brought with her. She's beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true, but personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that caught my eye. We better take a closer look.
Yes!
Your friend is the kitten. The scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. Whereabouts of this black kitten? The whereabouts of the black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet that fact leaves us with a quarry. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas regrettably, the specimen's markings do not appear that way. What explanation can we give, then? What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes? You have the answer to this quandary now, hidden behind your back. It's the snake's skin. It's a cat toy, huh? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would have ever seen it. Ploys like that are Mr. Holmes' specialty. He so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was his specialty. Or maybe making me believe that was a ploy, too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake, in which case, just what is she hiding?
Yes!
Personally, I find it hard to see how this could possibly be a snake skin. But that's what makes me think it is. When all else fails, say the least likely thing. Are you quite concentrating? You've identified exactly what I did originally. Wait, what? You won't make a great detective like that, not even a great detective assistant. An assistant's assistant, then? Well, I figured she was hiding whatever this thing is, but I don't know how to select that. Well, it's speckled and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy, like a long piece of cloth or some sort. And it looks like a handle at one end. I think it might be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West. How is that a toy for cats? Cats likes to chase the band and paw it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it. That sounds adorable. Oh. Now I shall present it. The thing you are trying but failing to conceal is a cat's toy. And the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. So the cat somehow got over to the room, so she dangles the toy to try and get it to jump back in through the ventilator. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator, she attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. In summary, the nature of this friend, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Gardner. A truly troublesome feline. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet. It was after I gave her food last night, that's when it happened. How does the snake factor into this? She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. She is so naughty. Oh, but now we gotta do round 2. Death by venomous cat bite! Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life and why? According to the data of which I have apprised, it would appear there are no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere. That's right. But he seems to be unaware of one very important detail. He wasn't poisoned. It would seem so. Let's give him the information.
Yes!
Sorry, dude. fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Yes, I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive it. Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. If we take this as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Could there be? The examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death. He died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something. That's a possibility. As of yet, no weapon's been found. Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up from behind and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose it's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. A bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe that of Kazuha, though. He wasn't clumsy. We needed to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? This?
Yes!
An examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I now carry as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results, the undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of his laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, he must have caught his foot at the point of the floor and tripped on the cat. And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true? What about the evidence left at the scene where he lost his life? The facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that case. I don't believe it. Kazuma merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept that. I know it's hard to believe, but the marks on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. And if this is part of his deduction, Miss Pavlov is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cavern, somewhere in the direction she just cast her eyes. Where? Let's have a good look. Gonna be the other half of the bell, I assume?
Yes!
We're going to accuse it anyway. Wait, what?
Yes!
In the waste paper basket.
awkward. Oh, maybe I've got to examine it again first? This is a basket. She only started occupying this cabin late last night. Perhaps there's not too much rubbish in it. There it is. What's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind playing tricks. Yes! Now I can present it. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in the waste paper basket. Oh! Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. So, shall we consider what this tells us? Why, it would be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin. Why wouldn't you just throw it overboard? You're well acquainted with this. I don't know, and that hush Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. Take it away, Mr. Ryu. Yes. The evidence linking the two would be that picture.
Yes!
If you look at this photograph... Look at this photograph! Sorry. Hanging from his collar is the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Brutal. What a death. Well, I assume there's no trial in this one then, huh? Feels like we're approaching the end. Why don't you tell us now? Tell us exactly what happened. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. That's how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it? And I read the rules on the wall. I knew I was not allowed Darka with me. Modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. Caution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, he thought it was safe to try and lure the kitten back by dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator into the cabin. Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. The faint whistling sound he wrote about in his diary was Miss Povolia trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. So there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she calmed down. But then... Weird that they didn't play a bone cracking noise there as well. I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then it was such a dreadful bang. Afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Cosimo was... From the appearance of the dark brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. It's a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Cosimo was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could have easily caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet she's nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case, and now she's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least. When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right, where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, then whose is it, and where did it come from? This must be his pet? Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Parizocco. Huh? What? What? And Snake belongs to you? He escaped from a cage when an emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. How'd that snake get here? But... animals are not permitted. We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands? Couldn't you try to find someone a little more human? But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone. No venom. Huh? Percovix does not have venom. He is harmless, very long but very gentle. He is adorable like Granny. It's venomless? Yes, now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. And would you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Huh. Like they say... milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. He eats mouses. Big fat around mouses. So is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I fetch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. It refuses to drink milk, it can't hear a whistle, it can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault, I do not make up stories. My proxy had nothing to do with incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. And yes, welcome back, guy. I have such a natural Russian accent, by the way. Miss. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then... no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. What are you talking about? What lies? You just confessed everything. What about who wrote the marks? It was just a series of unfortunate events. Ah, I can understand the reference. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Ryu? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in her story. I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess. I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you are simply a distraction. I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were? But I overlooked a simple detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours, was he not? Yeah? Cosmo was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here. Whatever that might be. The key to this is the discrepancy in her story. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. About how in that scene in your cabin really came to be. I'll see what I can do. I mean, she's involved in some way, because she clearly wrote wardrobe on the thing. Probably actually knocked him over or something. While trying to get her cat back. Thank you. How was your day? Well, I've only been awake for 3 hours. I woke up in time to stream, so nothing's happened yet. So then, shall we begin? What should we ponder first? Is the victim who lost his life in the cabin that was bolted shut. Was this truly an unfortunate accident, or was it in fact no accident at all? But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin. Tragic, yes, but still an accident.
Hold it!
Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's what really happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to clarify this. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and her story. The evidence is right there in the cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Show us your hand. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. Someone wrote this word, so it must be.
Yes!
Is recorded in this photograph. There's no way that he could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It's a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said. There's no way he could have left this message. And the reason why is explained here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in an instant death. Which means after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't have possibly written anything. Because he was already dead. Oh, the twists, the turns! That's not the only reason. There's something else we found in the cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there, if what she said was true. What? So she noticed it too. Putting the message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was a no accident.
the bell, right?
Yes!
Piece of glass, but that's the glass bell. We already know about that. It was broken in half when the victim fell. So we already have a satisfying explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, it's a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back in here? Yes. Remember that we found the other half of the glass in the wastepaper basket. Would you care to explain that? Oh no. Both of these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when he died in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. That same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt. There was someone else present.
Hold it!
You're wasting time. Someone else was there? Of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yeah. The only other person in cabin when young student died was you.
Yes!
It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have. To be precise. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. In an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been in sleep the entire time. Thanks, Neku. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how he died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would have barely cast any light onto the floor. Little wonder, then, that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? This guy is really coming to her defense. Stroganov. Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills, and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. So that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, that's most interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You're a great detective, you should know. Going back to the bolted door thing. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. No one could go into the cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want me to tell the killer can walk through locked doors? Niet. Impossible. He's right. But wait. I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches. But I said that already, and you said no. Why are you bringing that up? Reed, are you stupid? These bulkhead doors are not barn doors. Apparently not. They're watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with not a gap in sight, no threads or needles or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Rio suggested it earlier, so... How could you shift it onto me like that? Though Stroganov has a valid point, the cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind. I don't believe it. Well, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? The way to shut off the door. One way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what he means? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed. So would you care to do the honors?
Yes!
Look at the bookcase. See, all the books and things have toppled over. That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop. That's right, it's a very powerful vessel. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe it's what's called the force of inertia acting on the objects. Is there nothing she doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over the books on that bookcase also made something else in the cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We'd come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. Then... Is anybody there? Shout if you need assistance. That sounds like... Ba-ba-ba-ba. Inspector. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. Made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after he was killed? Made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves deliberately and knocked everything over. I remember. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing here. All the books and everything had toppled over. Do you have anything to say about this? Are you out of your mind? You say we made an emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that have happened? Unless you're saying the culprit is actually someone from the engine room? Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you to only press the button in times of emergency? On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel that allow any crewman to raise the alarm. This sort of button, one is almost compelled to press it to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings, and the vessel comes to a stop. As it did indeed a little earlier today. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship? I will report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now. Now. I'm sure we can all wait until later. Let's not overlook the fact that we now have learnt a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So what we must do now is consider. It all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Kazuma, did this ship make an emergency stop or did it not? You're idiots. It's a huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop even in middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Ryu? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. What evidence? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel?
Yes!
Logs. It's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right? That's correct. Why? This would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That's mine. You rather carelessly left it atop the bureau in the hallway, but as the responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you. I left it there on purpose. That's where I always put it. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. That is... because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write "nothing happened," wouldn't you? Indeed, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget in the ship to fill out the ship's log. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop? Stop talking rubbish. If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe. Oh, why? Because if something as major as an emergency stop happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like. The ship lurched so violently and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that. That's a good point. What of the throbbing? Sorry. Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We've all suffered with it. Oh yes, I had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up, nor have I. Head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. You've all been afflicted, haven't you, just as I suspected? And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. The first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged onto the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Tell me. Boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Well, yeah, sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What'd you survive on? Well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken that was served yesterday evening, yes? In fact, I had all of that. Cosmo wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right. He didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of sulfuric, designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consume it. Sleeping drug? Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Of course, that's not what he means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a sporific drug would certainly be impossible unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. Well? Eh? What a twist. I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. Oh, they were all trying to cover for her, huh? If you refused to talk, there would have been an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew, and the captain himself, would be hauled over to the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade. Please, no more. I will tell everything. Huh? I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything. Her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You're right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter. We could not make all drug. How you say dissolve? Talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrades on shore with a small fishing boat. All the passengers slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, the people who disliked chicken, and the newly boarded passenger. Wasn't expecting that one. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock the cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely the door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. I wouldn't say so. Of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. After that, they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite and accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. The overwhelming majority of passengers would be habitually asleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway, and so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? Point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor to an attempt to incriminate someone else. Someone who desperately tried to hide the broken fragments of glass that would eventually reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to prevent the lock. But I don't know any of this. I'm just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Ryu. Oh, yes? Do you hear it? The accusatory cry of guilt on the wind. Sorry if you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No. You must hear it with your eyes. For observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. So, Mr. Ryu, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly? With observation, my dear fellow. Observation? If you remember, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence by tampering with the scene of the crime. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You're delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there when he died.
Yes!
Stroganov. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on your back of your white uniform. Eh? Yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. Nothing in particular comes into mind about the stain? What are you trying to say? It would appear the significance of this stain has escaped your attention. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back, and I think what made it is clear, indeed. So, present the evidence. Alright then.
Yes!
This photograph and the ink it shows, that's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink? A rather unusual color of ink, purple. The penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't have possibly stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilled. Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in Dead Student's cabin to make it like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel.
Please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty, patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheep. Please, you must help me. I went with her. The door to the cabin number was open. When I looked inside, I saw a student boy on floor. What happened in here? Please, don't tell anyone. My little one. My little furry friend. Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asagi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor. So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlov visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard the sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No? The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened after. There's just one thing. If you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to the cabin, was he already dead? Yeah, it was instant. I already told you. When Nina opened the door of student's cabin and looked inside, I was asking her. Well? Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark. He was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand and I believe you. That is finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth? Something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh? This photograph. I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. An unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there's one particular area in this photograph. It seems to be somewhat unnatural. What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter? How did he land right side up on his stomach? If Cosima tripped and fell by some terrible stroke of bad luck and broke his neck, which part of this photograph print seems unnatural?
Yes!
Noting a crucial point, it can be helpful to keep your eyes open. You look like the sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularity. His fist being closed.
Yes!
If he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then his fist doesn't seem right, because you would go, whoa, try and stop yourself. In a fall, one's instincts is to open the palms flat. Yet we see here the victim with his left hand slightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he was gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found, my dear fellow? Show us, please. Why, of course. Why did I keep you in suspense? Oh. This is what I found. Crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Your earring. But what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks... It looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere. Observation, and that is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this moon mean? What significance has it? And observe. Now... Oh, we should probably put right here. Because that's where it came from.
Yes!
Not that it matches the earring. I noticed that on your ear, even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link holding it must have been broken, I suppose. But looking at your other ear, I notice a crescent moon. I don't believe it. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree? Yes. So he didn't die instantly. He must have grasped the crescent moon, pulled it from your ear, perhaps moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night, in the cabin, you witnessed the moment when he fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. Did she push him? For seeing the cat? The question is, why did he do that? Why did he pull your earring and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? No one can protect you now. Please, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Uh-oh. But if she knew all the sailors, why would she need to kill him for it? When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin and could relax after this horrible long day. Oh, she just mad that he stepped on the cat? I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the vent. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. He would not come back. Knock knock. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. Why would it matter if she knows all the sailors? But when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin... Just a moment, sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah. Of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? Huh? No. I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. What are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. What? That seems out of character that he would. He's going to pull the cord. He was gonna ask Kazuma, but why? Why wouldn't he just be like, yeah, no worries? Raka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And... as he turned around to look at me... I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And... I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. And that's when you went to fetch help? From Stroganoff, who was on duty? I heard her cry out and a thud on the floor, so I ran out to her. She was at the cabin door, shaking like a leaf. Help me. If they find out, I'll be... Please, I have nowhere to go. So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in the cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door? Yes. I went into the cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show she was there. Then I found Stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right. That's when he found me. He worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway. I closed wardrobe drawers and put back the strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason she started to believe me. I dragged young man's body to good place and used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote so that person who found him would look inside the wardrobe and tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job by pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. Accordingly, the Buria did indeed come to an emergency halt a little after 2, thus enticing the bolt of the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand. What? You said you told him about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. But even if he had pulled the belt cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? How would that have been a problem? That's what I kept asking. It was what he said first that made me scared. He said first? What are you doing here this time of night, Inspector? Oh. He said an inspector was his friend. I was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if the police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the cord, May I stop you a moment? It just doesn't make sense. I mean, was he really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. Huh? What do you think, Mr. Ryu? Well, I'm not Cosmo, so I can't know for certain, but... he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done it. He was gonna pull the cord. He was gonna make them send me back. Yeah, why didn't he just say yeah, though? This whole thing seems kind of convoluted. Well, Mr. Rio? The day's work is not done yet. It seems there's one more deduction to make. Another? What action was the victim really about to take at that moment? I mean, he was probably going to open the cabinet to talk to Ryu. Can we determine where his gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within the cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in that wardrobe, but still. The cabin has been my home for the entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night? When she visited? Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then? Yeah. There's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So when he turned away, what was he looking at?
Take that!
Wardrobe. But why? Considering everything that happened that night, certainly it may have looked as though he was going to ring the bell cord. However, what's directly besides the bell cord? The wardrobe. And more importantly, what was inside? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Think back very carefully. What were his exact words? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion. But not from a member of the crew. He intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late. Why even bother telling her that? She clearly is already just like panicking sad. Why would you even bother to ruin her life like that and be like, yeah, he not only did you murder him, but he was gonna help you. And he was just trying to help get his friend involved. I wish you had made sure of what he was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. Really. Sorry. What have I done? And so at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident was finally laid to rest. Well, that was sad. You just make everyone feel bad, why don't you? What will happen to her now, then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Stroganoff? Wouldn't he also be arrested for being an accomplice? I wanted to help our angel no matter what. I didn't think about you, about how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina and give myself to the British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Cosima's death feels like such a waste, but... Well, do what you can for Miss, won't you? Ah. I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul and arrange your passage back to Japan. I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. I'm shocked that he's not getting the trip to be a lawyer. So you should get back to your cabin now. But Sholmes will be there and be like, come to Britain! Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun. To think that only days ago, Cosima and I were laughing together about how we tear up the streets of London. It seems like a distant memory now. This is quite a bummer so far, huh? Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Oh. Zato? Ryu, I didn't know you had returned. I haven't been back long. Inspector just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. This is really bumming me out. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. He had such grand ideas for his visit to Great Britain, so many dreams. Now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible, but now that we know the truth, that it was just an accident, just a silly series of mishaps, it's too much. It's just too much. I wish there was something I could say. My duty was to see him safely to Great Britain. But I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you. And I'm free now huh? Surprised? What's the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them for old time's sake. Shall we say? You're a stowaway after all. He thinks this is funny. Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all. Though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In light of his unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualification obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but... Anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes, but who? Miss Susato? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? But you're not a lawyer. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry, in that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there's still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right? I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must do to become a lawyer in Great Britain. That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anyone could learn all that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? If by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. Why put yourself in such a difficult position? Or Kazuma. He said there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit, too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say? I think it's a wonderful idea. What does our bespectacled investigator friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. No, it's madness. Yet fascinating. You agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest. Give us fascination. Speak for yourself, besides. Qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector, after all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything to make it up for my shortcomings here. Thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters. I need to discuss what to do next, and how best to make my report. really prepared to attempt this? I'm gonna try. Would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? I would be delighted. I'm an assistant after all. Thank you. And I'd like you to take charge of this. Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Cosmo would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the clan for generations. I'll treasure it always. So then, it seems we'll be working together for some time. It will be an honor. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. You shall fill every spare moment with study. It's exactly what I need. Before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you. What is it? Please throw me to the ground. What? I should never have doubted you. You were Cosmo's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable. You were in shock. You just found out I was stowing away. I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should have never thrown you. Not just once, but 5 times. The number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? You must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. I don't even know how. I'd never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling? Oh, well, in a way. It's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujitsu technique. Apparently, it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combat arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. Yes, I'd be honored. And let us not dally. Demonstrate. Of course. Are you ready? Sorry. As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Oh yes, arresting indeed. That's what you term the Susato takedown, is it?
Actually, no. That was a Susato squash. What?
In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered in my mind. Ah. Karuma? That's right, it's a prized sword that's been passed down through the generations of my clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man is his sword is his soul. I can't be parted. It guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its will there to slice evil in two, not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important to me that I have to do in Great Britain. I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course. Whatever it is. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do, I still don't know what it was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. Great Britain's capital. London. End. Well, another stream down for this game, another trial done. So that will be a good spot to end it. Thanks for watching, everyone. This one not as long as the first one, not as intense. Not as many twists and turns. Still good nonetheless. But I do think I enjoyed the first one a little bit more. Mostly because it was the trial. I would imagine part 3, or episode 3, probably has both a combination of the inspection, or the investigation, and the trial. That one seemed to kind of skip the trial. But, yeah, that's going to be where we'll wrap it up for today. Stay tuned for tomorrow. We'll try and stream it again. I probably won't be able to do the whole thing tomorrow's stream, but we'll still give it a shot. Yeah, be sure to subscribe and hit the bell button. If you guys enjoyed, drop a like on the stream as well. I'd appreciate that. Makes it a little easier to find it in the YouTube algorithm. And if you're new, you can also join the Discord. Link to that in the description below. And yeah, that's all I got. See you guys tomorrow's stream. Have a good night, everyone.